Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. This is Otaku Showboat. Today is Tuesday, March 28th, 2023. I am joined by Dolly. Say hello to the Dolly behind my head, Miss Morero. Yes, she's pretty. She's a pretty Dolly behind my head today. Yeah, I'm a little scattershot today. Scatterbrained at the start because, yeah, I've been busy. I've been busy with the game, primarily. You've actually caught me right in the middle of, well, towards the end of scaling batteries right at the start today. But I do have a number of things to talk about here at the beginning. First off, there's apparently beta updates going through today. I have not done anything, nor do I plan to do anything with updating from what I currently have for the purpose of this stream today. So any updates that have happened, happened, not updated at this point to the most recent version of patches. I haven't even looked. I don't know what's going on with any of that. All I saw was that on the community Discord that King Arthur posted in announcements today, many updates for @beta. Okay, and that the current portal versions will require experimental version of Factorio. Okay, great. We apparently there's new beacons, I guess, in the most recent update. New, art for beacons. beacons. It's fine. Okay, sure. Great. I'm gonna keep going with my current version for the moment before doing any additional updates. So what do I want to say here at the start? Something that's off topic, unrelated to anything. What can I even say? Anime? Shall we talk anime briefly? Just to say that yesterday I decided to finally try out the High Dive service. They have a week trial and it's $4.99 a month. There's a few things that I wanted to watch that are on High Dive that I'm going to watch at this point. It'll probably take more than a week to get through the things that I want to watch, but I don't think I'm going to continue that membership because the selection is not that good right now. In terms of quantity, it is not that much that they have available, and of the things that they have available, there's not that much that I am particularly interested in. There's enough for me to do the trial for 1 month to watch what they have that I am interested in, but after that, into the spring season of simulcasts, there's nothing that they have that I'm interested in. There's nothing that they will be having that I will be interested in. Everything that I'm interested in at this point in time in the spring season is available through Crunchyroll. So I'm going to be watching a lot of stuff on Crunchyroll this next season. And even right now-ish, the current season ending, there's 4 or 5-ish things. But yeah, I wanted to watch on High Dive some of their one show in particular that I've started watching, which was Reincarnated as a Sword. I've read the light novels. I'm mostly caught up. I've read everything but this most recent volume that came out. But they have the anime exclusive to them. It's okay, you finally have an isekai on there. Wonderful. They have very few of them. and they need more of them. But yeah, I started watching that, and I've enjoyed it so far. They sort of they changed the art direction slightly compared to the light novels, but I like what they've done with it. Fran looks more like a real character, like actual more realistic body proportions than as drawn for the light novels. So that was nice. Yeah, they've got Danmachi. They do have. God, that's up to four seasons of this now. Four seasons of this now of anime. Here I am. I haven't even read any of the volumes that I have of this of the show. Uh, I've got like six, the first six volumes sitting next to me of Danmachi, and I haven't read a single one of them. Uh yeah. I've got so there's a few that are like that where I've got a few volumes that I just haven't read. Sword Art Online being another one because like I watched the show and so I remember the stuff because of the show and it's like okay, this is all the stuff that I've seen before. Ah, and I have a few volumes of ReZero as well. It's like, but it's all the same thing mostly, and it doesn't add much on some of these. Some of them I want to read because there's more that are in the light novels. The light novels are better, but others like these, like I started trying to read volume one of uh of some of these things like Danmachi, and I just couldn't. I just couldn't because there really wasn't anything too compelling that was left out. So, I guess that's what I had to say. Uh yeah, Eminence and Shadow. That's also on my list. Um that is also on my list of my queue to watch. And then there's some like more silly things. There's actually two different like farming related shows that are on High Dive that I was like, okay, sure. A lot of what's on High Dive, by the way, is also on like Amazon Prime. I just want to note that Amazon has some of these things. Like they've got Made in Abyss that started on Amazon. Did you know that Amazon tried to have their own anime streaming service briefly, briefly, because they wanted to make you even if you had Prime, to they wanted to make you pay more to access their anime channel. So not only did you have to pay for Amazon Prime, you have to pay an extra amount of money for their anime service. Yeah, that died within like months of them releasing that service. And at the time, Made in Abyss was one of their exclusives that were on that service. So it's like, okay, well, there goes that. It's available for everyone on who has Prime now. By the way, like you can watch whatever shows that they had on it, um, just by having your Amazon Prime subscription. Hmm. So, yeah, but a lot of that has also ended up on High Dive at this point. And I'm sure in the future they will have more content, more variety of content that will appeal to a broader audience. It's just that right now their selection, shall I say, is definitely not really to my tastes. Uh, it's not necessarily to my taste for the vast majority of what they have. There's a few, but it's only a few, and it's not enough to get me to want to pay for the subscription, like for good, to just have access to it. Crunchyroll has a huge catalog that's worth paying the subscription for because you're basically never going to get through the whole thing um, at this point. Although it sucks, that stuff that was on Crunchyroll got pulled to be on high dive because they used to have Danmachi. They sort of still do, I think, have some stuff, but all the new stuff is on high dive. That's sort of what sucks, but you know, they got to get content on their service somehow. That's gives people a reason to actually pay for their service. New beacons are pretty strong. 5x5 gives speed bonus. Probably even more with the HOTS modules. I'm sure I will enjoy them. I just need to have a bit more time than, you know, a few hours in the morning to do the update and figure out what's changed and what's broken. Okay. Just also one question. Did you incorporate, like, literally any of the Bob stuff? The compatibility stuff that I've done? Because, you know, I'd have to do that too. Yeah. Let's see. Let me hide that cam. And let me get into the game. So you've caught me here. I'm like finishing off scaling batteries. I'm in the process of upgrading my battery production. I need to do this because like the entire base is struggling due to a lack of literally all the things that batteries are needed to make, aka circuits. Circuit 2s are lacking because of these. But yeah, you've literally just caught me as I've been finishing this up. I just need to figure out how in the hell I'm going to get the batteries physically out of these buildings. And that might involve doing this. Yeah, I think that's how I'm going to have to do it. Excuse me. Oh, you didn't grab, like, literally the whole thing. That's it. That's it, right there. Of course, I don't have the actual sodium hydroxide production to support this, but meh. Whatever. He's fine. We will survive. And I sort of don't have the sulfur either. Wasn't added, maybe next. Sure, great. You did see that I tried to do it the correct way, but, you know, the building of the cache failed with an error that I just can't be bothered to try to find the fix for. It's like I tried to put all the code into compatibility and then run cache generation with that in there, and it just... error. It could not generate the cache files. So I was like, okay, fine. I will do this as I'm doing this. Maybe what I'll end up having is like a file that's like compatibility overrides, and then have that just get pulled in at the very end of data fixes. So then you're technically having a separate file for this compatibility stuff, but it's just being pulled in to literally override the cache files at the end of the process. Because that's sort of what's happening now. So by the way, we should talk about this. With an update to the beta recently, as in the version that I'm running now, the modules were affected by some change that made it so that Bob's module's strength actually took precedence over the strength as defined by the Pi suite. Now, I don't know if that's because you just removed all the changes that the Pi suite does to productivity modules in particular and made them strictly vanilla, or you did something else. But as it stands at the moment in this save, the level 1 modules had the intended Bob's scaling, aka they were 5% productivity at the level 1 and no speed penalty. no speed penalty whatsoever. There is an increase in power draw with these productivity modules. Because of that, because the modules were now half as effective at giving productivity as before, and because it was actually working as intended, as I would intend with running Bob's modules, I decided to actually dive in and make modifications to Pi post-processing that would allow more of Bob's modules to come through, as in more of the tech progression of Bob's modules to come through, which means effectively making it so that the level 1 through 3 module techs actually use module techs as intended by Bob's modules. Now I did that, and what that means is that at the moment, right now, I have the ability to research every vanilla module, like every productivity, speed, and efficiency, or effectivity, whatever. I can research all the way through level 8. I cannot build anything beyond level 2 at the moment. I can only build level 2 modules right now, even if I have further levels unlocked. I also cannot build pure modules because I have not touched module effect combining, which requires advanced electronics at Py3. I haven't touched this. I touched beacons, the beacon tech, because Bob's modules made it so that you could get vanilla beacons earlier, and I did that. So I made it so that I could make standard beacons, which, as you can see by this recipe, is something that can be built right now with just circuit 1s and 2s. The level 2 is going to be at purple science, and the level 3 is going to be at utility science. So that was a mission, because I had to make this tech require basic electronics and not be purple science. That was fun. And then I had to change the tech costs of the other technologies so that they were consistent. So now I am building the level 2 versions of modules, which gives me 10% productivity with 150% energy consumption and no speed penalty. The speed modules give 40% speed with 120% energy consumption, and then the efficiency modules give minus 20% energy consumption. Okay. That means that on specific things like sulfur mines, I can begin doing some shenanigans. Not extremely effective shenanigans, but still shenanigans. This is giving a few units of sulfur, but it's still sane levels of the stuff, and I am spending, a little more than 1 canister a second on this one building, by the way, to get like 30 out, I think, close to it. Or not even, it's like 27, something like that. But if you get enough of these, you'll have enough sulfur. And same thing, you can apply this to salt as well. Salt is good for this. Diamonds are good for this, especially since they only use power. The rare earth ores, that's good for this. Mine directly into a belt box. I think it's possible. The issue with that is you need a fast enough belt box. Cough, cough. So the speeds will go insane. As will... I don't know if any of these are productive. But essentially at max speed, at true max speed, there's the potential on some of these mines that the amount that they're mining would be faster than even my ultimate belts mod belt boxes would be able to process. So yeah, there's that. I would need multiple stackers. So it would have to offload into a box, and then from the box, offloading into multiple stackers to offload from there. Yeah, because the stackers are limited on their input speed. That's what they get limited by. And if I'm producing more than the input speed, which is possible, yeah, I would need multiple stackers. It is something that I have thought about, though. So, that being said, what have I done besides that between streams before we get into the meat of today? Today's goal is get as close to Py3 as possible. That's the goal. Get as close to Py3 as possible. If not, get Py3. So what have I done? I have put natural gas onto trains at Arcods. Basically, I scaled natural gas. Ahem. Bacon works wonderfully on these nodes to increase speed. Each of these makes 1,000 per second of the raw gas. And I'm processing all of that into a bunch of natural gas. And I put that onto the train network. This, by the way, was broken. My entire Arcod line broke because I utterly failed at overflowing this particular step right here. The barrels from this step, because these have productivity of now 2%. I did notice that this was nerfed from 3 to 2 on this option, but oh well. Yeah, I went and I had fixed all of the other steps to overflow their barrels. I missed this one, and it broke the whole thing because it got backed up on barrels. So that was lovely. And then it took literal ages for it to restore itself. It took many, many hours for this to come back online fully. But hey, it's back online. Still saying 3 for you. On this recipe, on this building, 2%. 2%. On this building, 2%. 2%. Now the Vrock paddocks, Vrock paddocks are 15. Vrock paddocks are 15, and then, yeah, this here, this is also 2. 2 on everything. Okay, yeah, so that was the natural gas. I did fix the Arcods. They're moving now. I've set up an ethylene chlorohydrin. Ethylene chlorohydrin down here. This is making a lot of ethylene chlorohydrin. Just getting that put onto the train network. I'm making 400 per second of the stuff. In order to do this, I needed to make boron. I needed a lot of silver, a significant amount of silver to do this factory, making ethylene chlorohydrin. So, in order to get this much silver, I decided that the best course of action would be particle acceleration. If I can find where I'm doing any of this, that would be great. But anyway, to do the particle acceleration, I needed boron. So this is a new thing that I built because I needed it, because I really, really, really needed silver. But effectively, we've seen this before. This is boron trichloride. So we've made this. It's just 3 steps that we haven't like seen in this playthrough before. But I recorded this technically. I just am undecided if I want to like put it as like an unlisted video on and available on my Discord. But eh. 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 So I did that. I did the, that's this plan right here. 3 per second on boron so that I could do this for silver. Glorious silver. Particle acceleration. Making proton donors, making propene to make the crystallographic substrate and all that good stuff. It uses, 11.8 gigajoules of energy. Which I did place additional... I did place additional thingies. Let's not be worried about that. I put more of my steam turbine Mark IIs. I'm uncertain about what I'll select that far down the line, but it's still very far down the line before making that determination between, like, silver, gold, and whatever. Because that's a long ways away. And I sort of need silver now. Z3 reagent. I have made Z3 reagent somewhere. I've also put phosphorus acid onto the train network so that I could make that Z3 reagent. Phosphorus acid I actually built over here. What happened to the... What happened to the train stop names? I pushed some button that changed that. Yeah, so phosphorus acid. I just copied from phosphoric and pasted over here to get that online so that I could do this 500 per second of Z3 reagent, which it's all stuff that we've seen before for the ingredients for Z3. It's just one step removed from stuff that we've done before. Like, we've made carbonyl sulfide before, so may as well just do this between streams. Same with crysylic acid. This is stuff that I have, and it's literally one step, so I did that. I've already done flavonoids before for previous sciences, so I've put that on the train network. Vinyl acetate we have made before, and I put that onto the train network. Quartz tubes I have made, and I have put them onto my train network. All of the ingredients we have made before. It's just one step to make these, so I now have access to glass tubes. Butanol, same deal. We've made all of the ingredients before. I've built it and put it on the train network already in prep for today. Dilmo eggs. I did do this as well because I have the 3 ingredients, and I put the Dilmo eggs onto the train network. I have not updated, so I did not get an error. I very specifically did not update today because I didn't want to deal with things like errors before the start of a stream. That is a terrible idea to do. I have also put mechanical parts too on the train network. I've built them and put them onto the train network. Ish. They're not moving. And they're not moving because I don't have batteries. So, you know. They're not moving because batteries and circuit 2s, which are limited by batteries. So, yeah, these should begin moving soon. I basically just had to build the utility box factory and the control panel factory, and then the mechanical parts 2 factory. But we've done this at the mall already, and I said I was going to do this off screen, and I have done that now. Okay, besides that, I scaled biosamples at some point. I don't remember if it was in this block, but The biosamples are up to 15 per second. What's the Mech Parts 2 factory look like? I mean, it's literally just this one building. uh, like, it's literally just a massive train station all feeding into one building. In the end, and that's as designed. That's intentional. That it's like this, just all feeding into one building like this, because this is a separate individual factory, and this is a separate individual factory, and the brakes are a separate individual factory, and the electronic Mark II, that's a separate individual factory. Gearbox Mark II is a separate individual factory. Shafts are a separate factory. Yeah, all of these things are in separate factories that are being brought in. Let's see. Let's see, what else? I doubled my moss. That's another thing. Oh, we have a kitty. We have the other kitty. The other kitty has arrived. He hath arrived. Hello, Ollie. Big Ollie, he's licking. He's a licking. Yes, he's a licking. How's Ollie? How's that Ollie? Okay. And I have Dolly behind me, behind my head. Yes, yes, baby girl. All that being said, that's the new stuff. Oh yeah, and I put fish food on trains at Fish. That was the other thing. Yeah, this was doubled. Because of the speed changes, I actually had to add more inserters to these to actually get the proper speeds of everything. But yeah, so I have 300 moss per second now. Up to. Okay, and then I have prepared for today by building train stations primarily for the things that we're going to do today. We are going to build military science today as one of the very first things that we do so that I have access to military science. I have built a train station for military science already, and I should be carrying around all of those buildings. So that is exactly where I'm going to go. So basically what I've done, for every factory that we're going to touch today, within the time frame of today's stream, I have already built their train station. I have already put the requests in for every item at the train station. And for any item that we will be making that has ingredients that we have already seen, I have built those ingredients. So, for Arcod Propolis, which we will be making today, I have already set up, essentially, this entire back end through Arcod Empty Honeycombs. So I have Arcod Empty Honeycomb production with barreling of oleochemicals. I have 20 sap extractor Mark IIs producing sap. I have distillation for naphtha, as well, and I have the spore collectors here for the Bodos. I have this entire bottom section of the build placed, and what we will be building is the wax, the barreling of the naphtha, the barreling of the wax, and then the apiary placement for the Arcod Propolis. That's the part that we will build today to get them onto the train network. So it's like that with everything. Oh yeah, I set up nanocrystalline cellulose. I did that off screen as well. I don't know if this was in my list. Yes, it is in my list. I just completely forgot about it. I built this because it's, again, stuff that we've made before, just making a new thing. So I did this already. The only quote-unquote new thing about this outside of this final step is technically converting steam into pressurized steam in a pressure pump. Because you can effectively convert 250 steam into 500C pressurized steam through this recipe here. It makes it relatively simple for this. I remember that this particular recipe used to require 500 degrees steam, and that you had essentially to use heat exchangers to heat up steam and like spend fuel rods to get the proper steam. I already finished my coffee. Great. Oh, so you're saying that, yeah, so the error that's coming up with the current beta is that because Bob's adds a beacon 2 and Pi adding a beacon 2, I'm guessing, and potentially a 3, and because Pi's beacons are physically larger and they named them the exact same thing that Bob's named them, there's an incompatibility error where the game has seen that there's these two items and the upgraded one is bigger than the previous one. I guess yeah, because it's because I'm sure that Bob's modules has defined these upgrade targets as part of their beacon line. And because those targets can only be defined on items that are the same size, it's now causing an error because those items are no longer the same size. Because of course they aren't. Because of course Pi has to make the buildings bigger with every mark level. Like, really? Seriously? You just can't leave well enough alone? And let them be the same size across mark levels? Anyway, we'll make mill signs first, because I need this. Because I need it, that's why. We need that building, we need that building, we need that building, we need that building, and we need then 3 of these buildings. Oops, 3 of these. Yes, this is a lot of one building steps already, and we aren't even doing any shenanigans with beacons. Like, really now. So this needs gunpowder now. This is like the newest thing here. How much throughput? Whatever, do that. Can I just unstack this? Yes. Go up, go down, go over. Yonda. Alright, that's that step, and then we just need to bring this guy into there. There's our walls. Then you need the gunpowder, steel, and lead. Yeah, that needs to be brought down a tile. Alright, gunpowder on the inside lane. Steel and lead is used twice. Total throughput's pretty small. That'll meet up with our good friend, the walls. Oh look, lead again down there, but that lead is on its own. meeting up with aluminium. Ta-da. 4 lead. 4 lead. Okay. That should be enough. 4 lead plus aluminium. These inserters cannot individually support 4 plus 0.2 because they have to do an individual swing for each one, so they effectively have half the throughput that they otherwise would per item. At least until I get even more stack upgrades. Alright, gunpowder, go. Why this isn't productive, I don't know. But oh well. Oh hey, we need you. Power. Power to the everything. Okay, so what this is going to allow me to do is, of course, take techs at military science, which, in particular, the 1 mil tech that I will need sooner rather than later is water fill, of all things, through the water fill mod. That will be important, you know? That's gonna be important. And there it goes. We've got our mill science, and I believe I've already defined mill as existent. SD full cargo circuit condition go. Done. Next. What shall be next? Next shall be Arcod Propolis. So let's go ahead and... I need to actually go do a search. How many Arcods do I have on me as modules? Because I'm pretty sure the answer to that is like zilch. Do I even have any apiaries? Hold up. Oh, I'm not even carrying around any of the Arcod apiaries. Huh. Oh, because they're... Of course they're not called Arcods. They're called apiaries. They're just called apiary. And not Arcod apiary. I have 4. Okay, I need a few more than that. I need just a few more than that on me. Where's that? There we go. I will need 26 times 13 modules. Which are being made. Uh, 338 modules. Probably not going to have that many available at the moment. So I'm just going to steal what I've got and then build it and let it be. I mean, technically speaking, technically speaking, I could steal them off of this belt. There should be at least 300 on that belt. So I'll just do that. It'll take a while before the science will flow again, or the stuff that uses the Archon Venom will flow again. But anyway, that'll be that. That will be that. The kitty left. Kitty left. Oh noes. Hide that. You know, today when I opened up Streamlabs, there was this weird issue that caught me by surprise. It kept alerting, like, over and over and over again, just a constant alert about a $5 patron coming in, and I was like, what? I didn't get any notification of this, like any email of this. I guess the integration broke somehow. So it's like I had to quickly be like, oh god, I have to turn this off. Turn it off, quick! It wouldn't stop. It wouldn't stop, it was just perpetual. It just kept going and going. I'm like, what? Why? Like there's no like text indication that this is the thing that's gone through. Not at any point. It's like, what? Why? Why are you doing this alert over and over and over again? And it kept going. I turned it off in Streamlabs on the dashboard. I turned it off and it kept alerting. The alert kept going through. I was like, what is going on? I had to like turn it off on the manager on the desktop app. I had to like disable it in my scene. And only after that did it actually stop. Like, really? Really? Like, why are you doing this? Why were you doing this? It was nice having that alert, and now I guess I can't have it? Even though it's, like, never happened. I don't know, I think we've had it happen, like, once ever? We're at 108. A third of the way there, great. Alright, let's go steal some more Archons. What's a good spot to stand to do this, though? Probably right here. Alright, Archons. So that's 1, 2, 3. I'll need at least 7 stacks. What was that? What was that math again? 338? Yeah. 7 stacks should do. That'll be 350. So that's 4. La-di-di-di-da, waiting on the belt. 5. So, by the way, I did notice, by the way, that Streamlabs Desktop, simply running it, simply having the application on, reduces my game's FPS by more than 10. By more than 10. Just by being on, open. Just by being open. Doesn't have to be streaming, doesn't have to be recording, it just has to be open. And the frame rate goes down by 10. More than 10. I'm like in the mid to upper 40s without Streamlabs open. There's like zero reason for this to be a thing, and yet it is. There's zero reason whatsoever why it's using processing power in that way. Like, stealing processing power from Factorio. Like, you know that I've got other cores you can use, right? Like, I'm not even close to 100% on my CPU. It's like, there's plenty of headroom. It's not using it. It's definitely not a graphics limitation. So it's like, what's going on? Well, you see, I've actually wanted Pi to add Pi versions of beacons for a while. I've actually, that's been like on, like, noticeably missing list for a while. So it's nice to actually finally have them. They just need to make their own version of the, like, vanilla modules at this point. That would be interesting. And I mean, technically they have modules. They have the animal modules, life modules. Lots of modules have been added. It's just not anything that is particularly similar to the vanilla ones. Because, you know, at some point, every vanilla entity will be replaced. Every single vanilla entity will be replaced with the mod's own version, or at least upgraded through the mod's own versions. At least for the buildings. Don't know about replacing the other things there. Okay, I need how many? A doest of doohickeys? I need 26 apiaries. The apiaries were over here, were they not? Yes, just up here. And how many do I have? 32! I have enough. Thank goodness. Thank you, bots, bringing me stuff. Glorious stuff. Okay. Apiary. Propolis. Over here. So this is what I've already built on this factory, as I said before. Got the sap, got the botospores, got the distillation for naphtha, and I have the actual production of the thingies. Oh, I needed more. I forgot that I needed more than what I grabbed. I technically don't have enough right now. But that's okay. Whatever. It's fine. I'll be back at some point. Alright, off we go. Let's see, what can I do at the start here? Well, there's this. That looks aligned to me. Hot air. That shouldn't be that close. much throughput do I need? 2.5. Alright, whatever. There's wax. And then I need to barrel. Hope I have enough barrels. Oh, right, I forgot. Oh, right, do I have? Yes. Yes. Thank God I do. I have prepared. I hath prepared for this. I am happy that I hath prepared for this. I'm gonna do that, that, that. So in the current state of things, the empty barrels are not considered as a catalyst, and therefore productivity on these buildings absolutely works. Yeah, you end up with infinibarrels. Infinibarrels. And it's glorious. Beautiful infinibarrels. But you do have to, you know, void the extra barrels. You know what? Move that up. Do that. And share. Share for me. And this is naphtha. Napata. Oh, we have free cages. Oh, don't you worry. We have free cages. I literally showed you in a spot where we had free cages over here at Arcods. We have free cages right here. This step right here gives you free cages. This takes in, actually, no, it's not this step. What step was it again? This one, right, this one with the maggots. The maggots! The maggots give you free cages. They eat caged Vrauk. They eat caged Vrauk and they return cages, and you get a 2% productivity bonus. Or 15, actually. 15% productivity bonus off of the Vrauk, so you end up with 15% more cages than you put in through the caged Vrauk. So I am actually overflow voiding cages in this setup. Yeah, I am overflow voiding them. I did set that up. It is a thing. I do void cages. On occasion. They do, it is a thing. That does happen. Absolutely. We have our infinite cages. I think that's the only thing that's infinite cage, but, yeah. Anyway. I see no reason not to do this in this way. And then have a box here that's just gonna take in some empty barrels. Start the process. Ta-da. There's the naphtha barrels, and then here's the wax barrels. And then I just have to plonk 26 of these. AKA 2 rows of 13. Now, I'll note that some of these processes are going to be a little bit more involved on actually building them. Others are going to be like, blink and you'll miss it. This one's one of the ones that's actually a little bit more involved. Because things like nanofibrils, I've done everything through chloroethanol here. It's literally just these 2 steps at the end. Acrylic is a little bit more involved. It's 3 steps, because I've already made the lignin. This one's 3 steps. Cryodrin is basically built with these other 3 steps right here. It's 3 steps for Cryodrin. Arthurians, it's both of this, the whole thing. is built, but it's 2 steps. Bio oil is a little bit more involved. So I've gone through the silicon carbide and the biomass. Here, I've done all of this bottom section. We have 4 steps. We have 4 steps to do on bio oil. Bio ore will be the most involved. Bio ore, we basically have to do the entire thing from scratch. The only things that I've done here are these 3 things right here. The guar beans and the muddy sludge. Guar beans, muddy sludge, that's all that's built here. I don't think we've done chelators yet. Anywhere. I don't remember actually baking them. We've talked about them a lot, but I don't think I've made them. I don't remember doing any other enriched biomass yet. So I've held off on that. So yeah, this will be the most involved of everything. TBP, I built the propene, so this one's going to be 4 steps. We have not done acrolein. But we'll need to make the acetaldehyde, the pyridine, and then make the tributyl phosphate in the end. There was something that exists that's like an excessively long name. There is something in here that I was like, this is true shenaniganery. Was it a para? What was it? There was some chemical. Some incredibly long name chemical. There it is. PTCDA. Parylene tetracarboxylic dianhydride. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. That's a pretty good name. That's a pretty good chemical name there. Parylene tetracarboxylic dianhydride. That's a good one, but it's not the one. I think it had like dihydro. I think it had hydro in its name. I guess not. We've got some interesting ones here, like this hexafluoroacetone, hydrobromic acid, and guanidine hydrochloride. You know what? Let's just look at everything that's in the alternative energy category, because I'm pretty sure it was in this category. And it had a super long chemical name. Huh. 3-diethyl-aminophenol. That's pretty close. I think it was something that had like a 3. Look at the fluid void list. Yeah, that would show everything. That would be in industry. Where are those? Where are the void? Can I even see the void recipes? That's a great question. I don't think I can even see the void recipes. In Hellmod anymore. No, you can't even see them. The pie menu, yes. Under fluid index. No, that's the thingies. Time menu shows me where. Because this should be all fuels. Yeah, or all fluids. Where are you? Was it 3 or was it 2? It was some number. If I sort by name, it should be like alphabetized. If it was a fluid, it might not be a fluid. Allelamine. I don't know, it's just this crazy long chemical name that I was like, how do I even parse this? Ah! Is that the one? That might be the one. Diethyl dithiophosphoриc acid. That might be it. But I thought there was something that was even, like, crazier than that. Diethyl dithiophosphoриc acid. I know I'm wasting time by doing this, but it just popped into my mind, and I can't stop thinking about. There was this one thing. Where are you? Super long chemical name. I don't know. Don't know. I don't think it's a fluid. It might be a solid. In which case, this doesn't show all void stuff. With that. I was pretty sure it was in alternative energy, though. Anyway, I'm too distracted now by that. Let's build. Let's keep building. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Great. Whoops. Ah, you chose to remove water for Vrauk? It was tempting. It was tempting, but it's like, you know what? It's only that one thing that applies to. If I had the ability to remove water from literally everything, I would absolutely do so, like 100% of the time. But if it only applies to like just one thing total, yeah, no. I'd rather have the 15% productivity, thanks. Speaking of upgrades, turret upgrades, I did make a few, selections, I think. I picked option 3 for augs, which gives a 10% productivity to every single aug recipe, aka to manure, which is quite nice. I like having 10% productivity applied to manure. It does come at the cost, though, in that the food does not get upgraded, and the upgrade is significantly good. The thing about the food upgrade for the augs, though, is that in this version, the upgraded food recipes are not productive. They are not productive at all. The basic recipes are productive, and with Bob's modules adding up to 40% productivity, from Mark III onwards, the basic recipes will be better than the upgraded ones. So, yeah, not going to pick a recipe that's going to be useless to me at the end of the game. Which moss did I choose? I chose the get rid of muddy sludge option. The 0 muddy sludge. That's what I chose because it allows me to build moss in a more simple way by doing sand extraction for the coarse fraction and the stone for it. So I can now spend some iron, I can build the CO2 local, and now the build is significantly simplified on the moss. You no longer have to do the soil sorting for this at all, and you don't have to like do anything with sand or any of that. It saves a lot of entities overall, in my opinion, by doing it this way. I'm sure that the chlorine is strong as well, doing the chlorinated water. That is strong. It's just this makes it my life easier by doing this in this way. Okay, I need to bring in Renea, and I need to bring in Dilmo eggs. So, Renea plus Dilmo eggs. Come on down. Now that is here. Come on down. And then sap. And then copy. All right. That should be that. Just needs power. I was very careful to hold shift when placing the power poles because I did not have all of these inserters built. Alright, so this should just work, right? As soon as it gets the sap. Yeah, it's just working, and we've got our cod propolis coming in. Ta-da! Excellent. Theoretically, I shouldn't need to add any more empty barrels. And that's just going to do its thing. And I just need to bring the actual output over. I need to filter out the empty barrels. To the right. And figure out where I'm gonna bring this up. Guess right here. Ta-da! Load up a train. With a stack. SD full cargo. Circuit ignition. Go! Auto magically. And then I guess with the remaining Arcod in my inventory. Whole 13, that's enough for legit just one building. Let's go ahead and put those in there. I'll need to grab more, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Next. Next. What's next? Next is Arthurians. Arthurs. Yes, let's go. I need 65 Arthurian Pen Mark IIs. Arthurian Pen 2s. I am carrying 32. Okay, and how many do I have stored? One more. Okay, fine. Be that way. Be that way. We'll just go with this then. For now, since this will clearly take a bit of time to scale up as I go. Got a bit of a positive feedback loop to have to deal with this. Anyway, so because this particular one has a little bit more weighting involved, as does Crydron. That's why I wanted to do it like among the first things, so that by the time I'm actually at Py3 at that particular factory, oops, I have run out of juice. My juice is gone. Needs more juice. Needs more go-go juice. As I'm literally right here. Alright, fine. Yeah, I don't have, like, 10... I don't have 1,000 of these Arthurians on me, so even with the number of pens that I currently have, it's not enough, right? It's not enough to fill the whole thing anyway, so it doesn't really matter whether or not I have all 63 pens right now. Or 65 pens, excuse me. The only annoying thing is that these use science to make them to hatch the eggs. Like, what? Fortunately, there is an upgrade that will be available rather soon. Where is embryology at Purple Science. Yes, they cost science. But at Purple Science, it will no longer cost science. You can just use the incubator to hatch your eggs by adding meat. And this recipe is productive. In fact, all 3 of these recipes that you get at Assisted Embryology are recipes that you can use productivity modules on. So Arthurians, Dilnos, and Zipier will gain this ability at Purple Science, but you have to get to Purple Science first. But yeah, hatching the eggs on the initial recipe is not productive and costs science. It costs a tiny bit of science for the amount of output that you get, but it's still a science cost. Considerable when you think of it as being chem science, though. Like, that's a lot of chem science, is it not? Just to get one? Just to get one Arthurian. Like, excuse me? But what? You're telling me that's that for one? Oh, I didn't do the barrel. There's the barrel. It's like, you're telling me all this is for one? Am I using the vat brain? Nope. Nope. No vat brain for me. It's not useful at this level. At this tech level. Like, there's no point. Especially after I've already taken every single tech that I can currently take. Minus, like, useless ones for the mods that I'm using. Yeah. I could get water fill. I can take some techs now that I couldn't otherwise take, but I don't... I need to get Py3 before it becomes relevant again to be able to do that brain. I really don't like that I would have to manually stop the vat brain stuff when I run out of science. Like, that does not appeal to me, because it's not like it magically stops when there's nothing to research anymore. It's just this constant cost that you have to pay a lot of attention to, because even if you're not processing science, you've still got that cost. It'll still charge you. Did I just... Yes, I did. Frick. It just decides, hey, we're going to put it right over your ghosts for no good reason. Yeah, it's a lot of silver and brains. When I see fetal serum, I think silver. So silver and brains for the cartridges. It's very expensive to make these stupid cartridges. And then even more brains for the level 2. It's like, really? Like, Willy? Willy? I guess the level 2 is relatively cheaper, but because you get 2 cartridges per thing. But, like, if these were productive, it'd be a little bit of a different story. But they're not. And the fact is that the coverage of a single vat brain is so low that it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. You can't... The buildings are too slow to, like, justify it. The labs are just too slow. And without a means of increasing the speed of the labs, it's useless. Like, utterly useless. Anyway. Anyway, I need 2 of these for water. Of particular note, this is not productive at the moment. Archons are not productive. Archons, Arthurians. Arthurians are not productive, and I don't have any Arthurian upgrade because we have to research it first. They gain 15% productivity eventually by adding the abacus as an ingredient on each of the recipes. I, at this point, think that I intend on doing this. Yeah, I intend on doing it. I don't care about the other options. Well, you see, technically it's available now on the mod portal. And, I'm trying to think, does it actually break existing states? Are there any changes that break anything? It changed higher levels of productivity modules. So there's that, but I don't think anything is bespoke broken with the turret upgrade system being added. I don't think it actually broke anything that currently exists. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't do that. Okay, that's the total number of buildings that I'm going to place for this right now. Because I'm going to set it up to store the adults. I should do this inline. Oh, empty barrels. There you are. I'm going to store these at the moment, so just bear in mind that everything is not going to be functional of what we build today because of this. And also note that I absolutely do not have enough production of these silly cotton guts. I fundamentally do not have enough cotton gut production. Bada, bada, buddy, bada, bye. Oh. Well, you see, it would help if I built this properly. It would also help if the water barrels, you know, actually distributed properly. Where are you? Barrels. Barrels. Water. There we go. It moves! It lives. they're very echoey. There they are. There they go. Arthurians. They are moving. I will need to store over 1,000 of, or around 1,000 of them to use as modules for this build. So, again, just keep that in mind. That is my alarm to indicate that I am halfway through today's stream. SD, full cargo, circuit condition, go. When I come back from my break, we are going to build Crydren as our next step in the chain. We are building Crydren so that we can build, eventually, Negacium out of the adrenal cortex, but bearing in mind again, these will not move until Arthurians can happen. Just need to place these things. 80 enclosures do not have Mark IIs at this point in time, but anyway, I will be back in just a few minutes. Alright, I have returned. Welcome back. How many Crydron dens am I currently carrying? How much Crydron enclosure do I have on me at the moment? I think the answer is potentially 0. I'm not seeing anything being highlighted. Okay, I'm not carrying anything related to Crydron. Alright, back to the mall. Back to the mall. I should have Mark II nurseries available. I'll see if I have 5 of them. I would rather use those. I mean, I'd rather use Mark II enclosures, but that's not unlocked yet. So how many enclosures do I have? 29 of 80 that I need. And how many of these guys do I have? 50 stored. I probably am already carrying some of these. Where the hell is the nursery here? I am already carrying around nurseries, so that's fine. I just need 80 of these enclosures. Yeah. Get me back to my mall. And then how much Crydron? So I should have more than 8. I guess I'm probably just blind. Crydron. I wish that the game would tell me the current count of what is in my inventory, even if I was not in a logistic network. Like, that seems pretty dumb that the game just does not tell you how much stuff you're currently carrying on your logistic requests. Like, come on. You should tell me how much I have. Like, straight up, you should just tell me how much I have at all times. Why do I need to be in a logistics zone for you to tell me how much I have? Like, seriously? That's stupid. On the way, 9. 8. There's minus 1s. There's 8. There's actually only 8. And only 29. Alright, well, we'll only be able to place 8 buildings. We need 1 per building. We won't even be able to do that because we need... because we need to sacrifice at least 1 to kick off the process. Eventually. Why did you just stop building them? That's a wonderful question. You've been set to make these for a while, so why did you just stop? Like, what's going on with your DNA over here? Why did the Crydron Codex simply stop operating? Was it Circuit 2s? That might be it. That probably explains everything. It's just I've been lacking in Circuit 2s because of the battery issue. And now that I have a bit more Circuit 2s... Yeah, so many buildings are lacking. Now I've been stealing my Circuit 2s to do so much stuff that, yeah, I'm starting to run out, like, everywhere. The entire mall needs Circuit 2s now. Oh boy, yeah, that's fun. Alright, bots. Bots, bring me things! Speaking of bots, how many of the Mark IIs do we have right now? We have 104! 104 Logistic Bot 2s. There's 2006 Logistic Bot... or Logistic Construction Bot 1s that need to be replaced with the construction bot 2s. Yeah, over the course of, you know, a while, only 104 with a 2006 to go. We're absolutely going to have the next level of robots well before all of the bots have been replaced at this rate. We'll see. When I get Science 3, I will be slowing down considerably. That will happen. Ish. It will happen ish. You see, it's not just that I need to get to Science 3. That is my goal. Yes, I need to get to Science 3. That is something that I need to do. But it's a thing that I unlock at Science 3 that I need, and that is Circuit 3s. I need Circuit 3s. That is the key. That is the key to the universe. The whole universe. That is it. I need these things. I need this. This is the thing. Right here, this guy. This guy. This wonderful behemoth of a thing. What other upgrades did I pick? Because I know I picked AUGs between streams. I picked the AUGs. I don't remember if I picked anything else between streams. I don't think that I did. I'll note that the Yadles changed on me. They now eat coke oven gas to make the spores in order to get your 20% productivity. They increased the productivity to 20 from 10, I think, and added this coke oven gas 1 unit as an ingredient on the spores. So yeah, I still would have option 1. I just had to, you know, go over there, bring in coke oven gas. Yeah, I think I've mentioned or talked about everything now. It was just the AUG pick. Still unselected at the moment are Cadaveric Aurum, as well as Fish Renea, Sap, Scrondrix, Tufra, and Zipir. I do hope that the Sap has been fixed. So there's an issue in my current build that I do hope has been fixed in what's out now, where if you pick any of these upgrades, you can't actually use sap trees in the buildings, and it literally kills your sap production. You will not be able to make any sap whatsoever. Any new sap whatsoever. I'm gonna imagine that the recipes on the buildings that exist that have the modules in them, I think they'll still work. Or maybe you could put the modules in the buildings first to get it to work. It's just these recipes don't get impacted by the modules. The upgraded recipes don't get influenced by the modules. Like, okay, like, I looked at it in Hellmod and it wouldn't let me pick sap trees in my sap tree building with these upgraded recipes. It's like, alright, ooh, what's this? The what now? So it reduces the chance of getting a Scrondrix to 40%, but the one that you get when slaughtered gives you 120 brains versus 5. Or change pups or cubs to no longer need meat. That's cool. And the adults no longer need meat. That seems nice. Or speed 20 with adding boron trioxide. No. No, no. No for 1. 2 is interesting. 3 is interesting. Might pick 2. Might pick 2. Completely getting rid of that meat might be better, but I need to see. So, I'm going to need circuit 3s. That's what I was talking about. I think I can leave now and start actually building stuffs. Over yonder. So while I'm on my way, circuit 3s. Start with 1, and then once I get these, so the thing that this does, and why I need them so badly, as soon as possible, is that when I get these, I have level 8 pure productivity modules access. I will immediately have access to level 8 pure productivity modules and level 8 pure speed modules and level 8 efficiency modules, which give minus 80% energy consumption per module. And the pure speed modules give a lot of speed for no drawback. And the pure productivity gives a lot of productivity, 40% per module with 0 drawback. So, you know, I want to make those. I want the efficiency modules a lot for everything that uses fluid fuel and most things that use solid fuel. And I want productivity, pure productivity, because the first thing that I'm going to do is pure productivity, level 8, my production of circuit 3s and 2s and 1s. Yeah, is productivity the whole freaking chain, as much as I can at level 8 productivity, and just scale considerably the amount of circuits. But these will need neuromorphic chips, which are productive, by the way, or are not productive, by the way, in the bioprinter, because they changed the building to the bioprinter. I'm pretty sure that this recipe for the empty neuromorphic chips used to be productive. It is no longer. Thanks. Because they changed the building to the bioprinter. So, no productivity on this. Unless you pick the data array upgrade that gives you productivity, you can't get it at all assigned to neuromorphic chips anymore. Thanks for that. That'll need paramagnetic material as a new ingredient. The rest is stuff that we have. Like, literally, the only new thing in here on these neuromorphic chips is paramagnetic material. And that needs myoglobin, and that is stuff that we have made before. So it's like two things that we've done, or that are new, excuse me. And of course this is not productive either. Great. Fantastic. Gold we have. Gold we have. The like resistors, processors, etc. This other stuff. That is new. Cooling systems. I think somewhere in here we're going to need to make the stupidity. I think we need to make the stupidity, don't we? The blah. The mutant enzymes I think are gonna show up here, aren't they? On something. I think it's the substrate. Is it the substrate that needs the stupid thingies? Or am I getting ahead of myself? No, that's the MSA. The MSA is fine. Where's the... It's advanced coding. Oh yeah, it's the advanced coding for the cooling system and the chitosan. Yeah. Yeah, chitosan, that's the thing. The mutant enzymes, which needs propeptides and all that good stuff. The calmodulin binding mutant peptides and the chimeric proteins. That's a chain. That's a chain, and it is the chain for circuit 3s here. And the unfortunate part is that basically none of this is productive. I guess the chimeric proteins, or the propeptides, excuse me, propeptides are productive. Yay. Biofactory for the mutant enzymes is not productive, nor is chitosan. Thank God I've got an alt nanofibril recipe. Cough, cough. Thank God I have an alt nanofibril recipe, or else I'd have to do this now. Like, right now. And I'd have to make dingrits now. Before Py3? Are you kidding me? Heh. 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 Where's the stupid thingy? I thought I had a... I guess not. So yeah, by the way, that turd upgrade that changes the Py3 recipe is wonderful, because not only does it get rid of neodymium magnets as a requirement to get the Py3, there's also the alt nanofibril recipe that exists. That means that not only do I not need neodymium magnets and the stuff that make the neodymium magnets, I also don't need the mutant enzymes either for Py3, and I don't need to make dingrits at all at Py3. I can just do it at I can do it at this next tech level to get into circuit 3s. But that does mean I still have to do that work to get into the circuit 3s. I need cages. Or I will need cages. Cage? Am I carrying any? I should be carrying 1,000 cages. Okay. We're good. We are good to go. Lower that down like a tile. Load that in. This is cages. This is Arthurians. I should not have done this. Because what I need to share is the caged Arthurians, not the uncaged Arthurians. Alright, 5 of these. Oh, I'm building this down. I was going to build this up, not down. It's fine. It's fine. There's no problems here. Why would there be problems? There's no problems here. since clearly I need more of these. It will take a while, but I'll store them up. Why can you not search on this window? Like, it seems like it would be a good idea if I could search on this window, and yet we can't. For some odd, strange reason that eludes me. That is not the exact intent that I had, but alright. Alright, so we can build 7 of these glorious buildings with wonderful blood splatter. This is totally the Little Shop of Horrors plant, by the way, in case you're wondering. Yes, this is the Little Shop of Horrors plant. Am I gonna split? Eventually, maybe? I need to, like, split the cages, though. That's a thing. Cage. There we go. Okay, then... Ta-da! That is that, as they say. Yeah, that is that. It'll take literally forever to get moving, and there's really no point in getting the rest of them online when the Arthurians aren't even online yet. So, but that's the build, basically. Between streams, of course, I will finish the rest of it once we've had our positive feedback loop happen for a while on the Arthurians. I will wrap them up, get them onto the trains, and then this positive feedback loop has to happen for a little while. But anyway, next is blah. Next is blah. Yes, it's blah. It's Negasium. Next is the Negasium, which it's a relatively simple thing. It's just a really big doohickey train station. It's a lot of really big train stations. So those upgrades, those upgrade modules that are in the turd list, they are not physical modules that you place or do anything to. They are essentially a module that is automatically put into a beacon, basically. Or they're just a module effect that automatically gets applied to the buildings that they're supposed to affect. It just automatically applies them. You don't need to do anything. There's no instead of animals. It just adds it. It's additive. And it's supposed to scale the speed ones to the mark level of the building. mark level of the building and I think mark level of the creatures that you're using, but I don't know how that works out if you're using like mixed level of creatures. It has to like know what the speed of the building is and the creatures that it's using, but whatever. It's fine. They try. They try. They try. Do I even have a molecular assembler on me? No, I don't. Of course I don't. See, I'm not sure if it's actually assigning hidden beacons. I think that the intent was to avoid having to assign hidden beacons. But, I don't know. This is Krydren. Surprised I didn't actually place all these already. Ah, yes. This is important down here. So, my intent here is I am absolutely going to void all of the Perogen and solidified Sarkoris that gets output from this. Because I see no reason to use it, frankly. And remember that I picked the productivity on the cotton guts, or I picked the deluxe food recipe for the cotton guts. So that means I didn't end up picking the one that would actually just give me more Negacium for free, an extra unit for free for all intents and purposes. None of that is stacked, right? Yeah, none of that is stacked. So it's just shove everything in now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 belts of stuff. All into one building. That makes this infinitely simpler. And then I guess the output could be the other side. Make my life a little bit easier. You know, that is the exact opposite of what I wanted. Thanks. What in the world just happened here? I don't even know. I don't think I want to know. So of course, since the Krydren won't be moving for a little while, neither will this, but that does not matter. What matters is that it's done. Okay, so that is shared there. You can go there. I guess all these should have been shared belts, huh? Oh well, just using a few more belt for no good reason. I mentioned I'm making the nanocrystalline cellulose now. I guess I can show that. So that's the nanocrystalline cellulose. I hope you can appreciate why I did this off screen. Because, you know, it's so easy and so small and so fast that I figured, you know what, let's just do this. It's just one thing new. Two, technically, with this, but like all this we've seen before. I just need to get a molecular assembler. And on the output, I need to filter the Negacium to the right so that all of the other crap can get voided in my voiding line. Ta-da. We are now done with this. For now. Next. Bio oil. Now, I'm going to go to the mall to pick up a molecular assembler. Because I do have them. It's just they're sitting in storage. I has the molecular assembler. I'm certain. There it is. I have 20 of them. Just need to request them. Okay, next is bio oil. And bio oil is beginning on that path into the bio ore. So here's what we have left. Okay, here's what we have left to get into Py3, right? We have bio oil for bio ore. We have TBP. We have acrylic. And we have nanofibrils. And then Py3. So bio oil, nanofibrils, acrylic, TBP, bio ore, and Pi Science 3. And that is the end. That is everything for Py3. That is it. That is all. And as a reminder, if we get a total of $10 of support during the stream, I will stream an extra hour. So if it looks like we're not going to exactly see Py3 today, support could make it happen. I'm pretty sure that with an extra hour, I could absolutely get to Py3. That I will say that if it happens, I will not stop until I get Py3. The factory built for the Py3, not have it actually move because of all the Arthurian and Krydron stuff. But we will have built the factories so that they will be ready for when the Arthurians and the Krydron are moving. Yeah. Anyway, that being said, I'll do the best I can to get there without needing that. That's for sure. I just can't guarantee that within the next 53 minutes I'll be able to build 7 factories worth of stuff. Okay, or 6 factories worth of stuff, whatever it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 factories worth of stuff. Even though the last factory is literally just one building. The science factory itself is one building. The acrylic factory, though, is 3 steps of factory. Do I have biofactories on me? I should make sure that I have these buildings, you know? I have 23. Okay, that's fine. I should have that request in. I do. And I should have DDCs. So I should have all of these buildings. Nanofibrils, I should have these buildings. In fact, I should have Mark II reproductive complexes. I do, so I'll switch that to Mark II. So that it's 4. Note that I'm not even making Ziffo right now. And then I've already built all the rest of the chain, so it's just those for the nanofibrils. And yeah, so the big thing is just the bio ore. This is what will take the most time. Is the bio ore right here. And even then, it's not really too bad.
Py3 today.
I guess I'm getting Py3 today. Thank you so awfully much for that, Yukito. Thank you so much. And that was a tip. Thank you so much for the tip. I greatly appreciate it, because that's a lot less fees that get taken out. All right, I guess we're doing it. We'll be streaming at least an extra hour, and we will get Py3. We will get the factory for Py3. Is how I'll word it. We will go through. We will do all 6 of these remaining factories today, regardless of how long it takes. And if it doesn't take the full extra hour, we will still play the full extra hour. Okay, gotta keep my word. I've had this incentive for a few weeks now, and this is our first time having it go through. So gotta make sure we commit, actually do the thing. Okay, I will be very hungry at the end of it though, but it's worth it. I should have that factory, that molecular assembler. So let's place that. This also means I can have a few more discussions along the way. Ahem. Place that here for the Negasium. And that will do it. Oh, looks like that needed to be reversed. So once the Chrydron come in and are moving, I will have the Negasium. That's just the last thing is the Chrydron and getting that online. I will need to make bio oil. That is our first thing to make. So here we are. There's the bio oil factory. I should have. Every time I say that, I'm like thinking to myself, do I though? I should have the buildings for this already requested. Maybe not all of them are already requested, but I should at least have them. It's unfortunate that we don't have access to the Mark II arc furnace. Bio oil. The bio oil factory is over yonder. So what has already been built for the bio oil factory is this stuff right here. This glorious stuff right here. So we've got the production of the silicon carbide from green silicon, which we've already done this. We've already done this at Circuit 2's. This was at Circuit 2's originally. So that's fine. We've seen graphite millions of times at this point. Just as we've seen processing of quartz ore. We've seen that before. So it's just quartz and graphite processed with more coke into the green silicon, and then that one extra processing step just to be like, oh hey, just do this and you've got silicon carbide. And then of course biomass from Kickalc for our biomass source, and that covers half the build. More than half the build. So biomass, the biomass processing chain, because that totally needed to be a thing, right? Because we totally needed a biomass processing chain. You powder it first in a pulp mill. Why you're powdering in a pulp mill, I don't know, but we'll go with it. You then screen this powdered biomass, and it gives you a whole bunch of crap that needs to be cycled back. And give me more radar coverage, please. Please? I can't assign the filters. I need to assign filters to those, because I need one for the powdered biomass and one for the biomass. And then ultimately the fine powdered biomass will come out, and then it is dried. I need a lot more strength than that. Why did it let me pick that one up? Sometimes it actually lets me pick stuff up randomly from the map view, and it's not supposed to under any circumstances. It's a little weird, but it's been happening lately, and I don't know why. Okay, this will be the fine powdered biomass. That will be evaporated. Biomass. Input right, input right. Always make sure to use the byproducts preferentially. This outputs 10 total, so let's get that going. And then heavy oil refineries at the very end. Bring in nitrogen. Send out bio oil. And throw in the dried biomass quartz tubes and silicon carbide. It is a lot of throughput on that dried biomass, so I will use loaders for these. And I guess I'll use loaders for these as well. I'm just blind of what's behind. Okay. Now I just gotta bring quartz tubes. Along with the silicon carbide down, and I have to bring over the nitrogen and give power. Give power. And load on train. This is one of the few things actually that we're actually gonna have on our trains. Loading up, ready to go. Don't have to wait. No line, no waiting. Welcome, bio ore. Yeah, there are a few upgrades in the upgrade system. Good luck choosing. On the community Discord, it's not completely up to date yet. Oh, come on. Someone did make a spreadsheet that sort of goes over the effectiveness of the upgrade options. I'm sure that some things have already been changed or what's been released. So it's not 100% accurate. And it's also based on it's based off of YAFC cost calculations. So it's trying to determine the most material efficient processes, not necessarily considering how that relates to build size, for example. It does not take build size really into consideration. It's not taking game performance into consideration. It's not taking into account ease of building for factories into account. So there's a number of things that it doesn't do that should be considered with some of these upgrades. But yeah, it does give a general idea as to the effectiveness of some of the options. But that is hidden in a thread on the Pi community Discord for the beta turd upgrades. I don't necessarily agree with its conclusions 100% of the time, but I agree with many of them. But yeah, there are a lot of upgrades here, and Also bear in mind that these upgrades are very much Pi Alien Life specific. Very, very specific to Pi Alien Life. And theoretically, there should be multiple options that one would want to take, and you only get one. Because the point is that you... the point is that they're all good options, and therefore, each time you play, you can do something different. Yeah, it's meant to allow the player some choice to smooth out sections that the player finds to be in need of smoothing out, and it's up to you to make that decision. And you only get one choice at a time. There is the ability to reset everything. You can do that. It takes science. There are techs that you can take that will fully reset every pick that you have made. And therefore, if you've picked stuff already, it would immediately revoke everything that you've already picked, and all of the recipes would be revoked. And also means that even if you are only needing to change like one option in one of these, if you reset everything that is a unique recipe, that is an added recipe and not a replacement recipe, all of those factories would need to have their recipes set manually again. Say, for example, there is a turret upgrade recipe that adds a recipe for producing acid gas out of Thaugi. This recipe is added into the game. If you reset your turret upgrades, this recipe will be unset from this building until you pick it again, and when you pick it again, it will not automatically be set again on this building. I think. I'm pretty sure. Cough, cough. This was also not in this building originally. Cough, cough. Thank you so much for this. Yeah. I had to rebuild this because I had built it with the previous building, which I forget what the previous building was. It was not the desulfurizator, but it was changed to the desulfurizator, and I had to completely rebuild this step from scratch because it was changed to the desulfurizator, and it uses more buildings overall because you only get access to Mark 1s at this point in the game and not the Mark 2s. So I went from a Mark 2 building to a Mark 1 with a different layout on its fluid pipes. Great. Fantastic. Fantastic decision. We have something else that uses the desulfurator now. I mean, we needed more stuff to do with that building, but still. Anyhoozle, we're back here so that I can get the stuff that I need to do bio ore, I think. I think I'll do bio ore next. We still have I do need to do the TBP first, so I need to look at the TBP. Am I needing to do anything involving a chain? No, so I could just do TBP now and then do bio ore, and we would still need to make the nanofibrils and the acrylic. But yeah, that would be it. So this is our last intermediary product, I guess you can call it that. It's the last ingredient of an ingredient involved in Py3. And I should have these buildings. There he goes with that should get again. I found, I think it was last time I mentioned that, oh hey, the desulfurizator, actually they changed the spelling to be good. It works. It's the Z spelling, desulfurizator. It's as it should be. This building, though, is still using the British S when it is Z. It should be Z. Fluidized bed reactor. It's a Z sound. It should be a Z. Just like everything else. Just like fertilizer. Desulfurizator. So where am I? TBP. TBP. Over yonder. Alright, so over here, near the biofilm and the phosphate glass, which I had also made at some point off... Did I do this together? I don't remember. I think I did this together. If it was off screen, I don't know. Maybe. Might have been off screen because this is just one step process. Simple one-step process. It allowed me to start making like Dingrit and Scrondrix. By the way, I have Dingrit and Scrondrix now, sitting, waiting for factories. I've got some Dingrit and I've got some Scrondrix over here. I have Dilmo as well that I could build. Oh yeah, I need the... Did I even do... I did Dilmo eggs off screen, so yeah, I've got those going. I just don't have Dilmo themselves getting hatched and made. Yeah, trying to think. There's tree upgrades I could do that I haven't done yet. That was added to this particular version that I'm using. So the tree upgrades I mentioned were missing. They're here now. So they're planter boxes with sludge, with seedlings. To get the seedlings, you need the seeds. To get the seeds, you need moss gene samples and regular trees and tailings. All of this is going to be a process that I'll probably do in a separate build, because at this point in the game I actually have access up to Mark III, and I think the only unique thing really about going into the Mark III is the fact that you need this anthracene oil here to get those seeds. Otherwise it's just raise the tree. Sodium alginate, yeah, that's fine. They're not difficult to make to get these upgrades. And they're very much appreciated. I want to have those upgraded buildings, or those upgraded modules for the buildings for logs, because this will reduce the footprint of logs. This will reduce the size of log builds. I'm trying to find where I have my most recent version of logs. You are my most recent version of logs. I am doing the fertilizer recipe for my logs. This takes water in and fertilizer and seeds. That's it. And it makes a lot of logs. But it's rather large, even with the Mark II botanical nurseries. I could actually have the nurseries be the biggest part of this build by using Mark III tree modules in here. These are Mark II forestries in here. You can see how big this is, even with the Mark II forestries. But I can cut this down with those Mark III modules down to, you know, I could have one line. That'd be shorter, slightly shorter on one line of this. The recipe needs to be faster for making the seedlings, frankly. But, yeah, I think I can beacon. Can I beacon these buildings? They don't have module slots. That's the problem. I think I would need to see... Yes, they are affected by beacons. So I can beacon them. The issue with these particular buildings is that none of the botanical nursery buildings have module slots on them. So that is nice. That is something I can do. This factory is unique for making TBP, the tributyl phosphate Was it you, actually? I think it was this line. It was somewhere in this stupid line. Maybe. Was it? Nah, that's just a lithium line. I'm still trying to find that stupid named chemical. That stupid chemical name. I thought it had an HY in its name. For the life of me, I cannot remember. It was like super long. And there's lots of long... Ah! Ah, that's it. That's the one. I think. Yes, that is the one. APTES. 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 Aminopropyl trietho... Blah. No, not trietho. Triethoxy. Triethoxysilane. Aminopropyl triethoxysilane. Oh my god, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. APTES. Aptes. Why didn't you come up with Aptes? Hello? Product. That's why. Yeah, this stupid thing. And it's 3. It's 3. It starts with 3. It's 3 aminopropyl triethoxysilane. Aminopropyl triethoxysilane. Oh, God. You see how hard it is just to parse that stupid name? Yeah, aminopropyl triethoxysilane. That, it's so stupid to parse that name. My god. First time I saw it, I was like, what? Like, excuse me, how? It took a minute. It took a minute to actually understand that particular chemical name. Like, I'm pretty good at chemical names, but holy god. That is something. Yes, each is a group. It is a functional group. It is a blah. The name, it's a structural name. So each part of it refers to structures or formations of structures. It tells you a lot about it. It's extremely specific about the actual form of the chemical. It tries to leave as little to interpretation as possible. ideally nothing to interpretation. It is what it is, as named. Anyway, stuff, things. I need doohickeys. Doohickeys! Doohickeys, I need you. I need my chromium. Chromium, come on down. That'll be acrolein being produced for the first time. And this will be the acetaldehyde. Okay, so I need plastic plus silver as the only spot that uses plastic plus silver, I'm pretty sure. I will need the hot air, the hottest of hot air. And I need the acetylene. Yeah, I'm sure most people just give up on pronunciations. I mean, I am not 100% accurate on pronunciations, but I'm better than most. And I will take just being better with even a hint of being close. Okay. Yeah, this is an interesting one in that it's going to actually consume empty barrels, and then everything that consumes TBP does not produce empty barrels, or if it ever does, I will very gladly just, I'll just void those excess barrels. I'll just void them. There's no point cycling them on this particular build. That is not what I need to do here. I do have this next step, which is going to take a few things. More hot air. And ammonia. Where's my ammonia? Well, you see, the thing about the creatures is that the creatures are... those are words that simply do not exist, and therefore the pronunciation is whatever the hell you feel like it being. Like, there is no correct pronunciation of any of the creatures. Outside of maybe, like, Arthurians. Because they're literally named for King Arthur. The developer on this mod set. A developer on this mod set. Oh. Well. I guess I'll go here then. Alright, acrolein, and that just means add cobalt extract. The last solid. Great. Alright, that'll make pyridine. Yes, the expensive ingredient in cobalt extract, the most expensive ingredient of the whole factory is that cobalt extract. I think we have to wait for purple, right? No, we get it here. Thank God. Thank God. So Py3. Py3, Advanced Electronics. This one stupid tech is the most important tech in the freaking game. This is the one that's the most important tech in the entire game. Why? Because abiotic ammonia, for one, but also ammonia into cyanic. Ammonia into cyanic. This recipe is the key recipe for being able to scale cobalt extract. That it is the one most important thing in the game. The biggest bottleneck right now is cobalt extract. For all of the things that need cobalt extract, it is the bottleneck. And I'm realizing I've done this like in a weird order, but that's okay. Oh, what? Hey, Butanol, what is your issue? Ah, you know, that would help. A lot, you know? Yeah, whoops. It would help if I actually output the butanol. Ahem. Yeah, that would help a bit. Butanol is like super simple to make. It's propene, which we've seen a million times with CO2 and hydrogen. Just makes butanol, aka an alcohol of butane. Just a hydroxide group on the end of butane. Alright, and then the rest of the solids go in here too. And that makes TBP. Not a lot of it, though. And it's already moving. Good. Good. Next item is moving. Moving right along. Okay, TBP. Train. Actually get a train for you. Limit to 1. No. Tributyl. 3 butyl groups. With phosphate. And that is that. Okay, next. Bio ore. Because that uses this stuff, and it is the biggest part of our factory builds today. Bio ore. Where do I think I have this over here? We can just go straight there. So the only thing that I've been able to do beforehand for this bio ore of the stuff that we've done before. You know, if I've marked an item for deconstruction, I think I want to, like, manipulate the ghost and not the item that's marked for deconstruction. Whatever. It's fine. This is stacked guar. I have to unstack the guar. Forgot to unstack the guar. Oops. Yeah, just guar seeds are involved here. Do I even have guar plantations. Do I even have any of these plantations on me? I think I have like Mark II. Do I have Mark II of these plantations? I have Mark I of Kickalk, so that's fine. I have the Grod, and what about the Guar? Okay, I have Mark I of everything, but do I have Mark II of all of that? That is the question. I don't think so. I don't know if they would be in this part of the list or further down. I think if I had them, they would have been in that part of the list, and I don't see them, so they don't exist. At least not in my inventory. Again, this would be a great time to be able to just assign the thingy, and it would tell me. I definitely have the Mark II Kickalk modules. That much I know I have. This will operate. It's only the Negasium that's not going to operate until, like, Arthurians and Krydron exist. Alright, be free. And this is for the muddy sludge. So I think there was an oversight here on the aluminium enriched biomass. I'm pretty sure that this is supposed to be muddy sludge, but for whatever reason it's still tailings. I think this was just a thing that got missed, rather than intentional for tailings here. Just because the other enriched biomass stuff uses muddy sludge instead of tailings. I think it's supposed to be tailings, or it's supposed to be muddy sludge. It should be one for all of them, but I could be wrong. There could be other biomass, enriched biomass, that uses tailings. Maybe it's just a unique thing depending on the type of thing you're going for. Yeah, so all of the aluminium enriched biomass uses tailings, and this lead enriched one uses tailings, the gold enriched one uses tailings. Yeah, so I guess it's just, apparently all the Garod ones use tailings, and the Navan ones use tailings. But okay, there's a moss for zinc enriched biomass that uses tailings when other zinc enriched biomass uses muddy sludge. Weird. Yotoi uses tailings. Relesia here using tailings for nickel. Goodness, so it's actually mostly tailings recipes, with a few using muddy sludge, which is weird. Which is weird, but okay, we'll go with it. I need to make chelators. And yes, this is actually called chelators. It is a process of chelation. That is the proper pronunciation. Please. Thank you. Give power. And outside of that, I think, yeah, it's just these thingies. So what do I want to start with? I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll just do the 6 of these. I'm gonna totally need, like, extra spacing on almost everything, aren't I? Particular note here, these produce wastewater. which I could use for urea. I'm not going to, but it's an option. I did mention that I upgraded the that I took the upgrade for the augs that gives productivity. That means I went to my augs and I've made a few modifications to the augs because, of course, because I took productivity, and now all my aug buildings have 10% productivity. That means I don't have to worry about my empty barrel count ever again in this area. If it didn't have enough barrels before, it sure as hell does now. It absolutely does now, and in fact, it's built at such a scale that I'm likely gonna have, yeah, throughput problems from the yellow belt that's used here. I think I have to upgrade the belts in these middle sections to actually get the throughput that I want. Oh yes, productivity. I took productivity on here. I did not take the extra food for more wood on this because I wanted the ability to have better manure recipes. So if all the throughput acted normally, I would end up having like 33-ish manure per second up to, I think. But it's just been backed up a little bit because I have enough at the moment. For a bit there, I was insufficient, but now I am sufficient, and that's glorious. It meant the difference. It meant the difference. Alright, you. Interesting, I only need the one muddy sludge here to feed all these. Do this. Plunk those things. Glorious. Beautiful stuff. Off we go. Off we go. What is the individual throughput? I think it's fine just to keep this. With our mechanical inserters. I've used more mechanical inserters, I think, than anything else. And yet there's, I don't think, any way to have a precise count of mechanical inserters because they don't use power. You know, the point of them, that they don't use power. Okay, let me think. What do I want next? Do I want to do this one? Yes, I want to do this one. Okay. Apparently I need to grab some guar. Give me a sec while I grab... Why did I do this to myself? Yo. Guar. Yeah, 2 buildings. Thank you. I was like, really? I'm pretty sure I have the upgraded modules. I do have the upgraded modules. I have my guar. My guar. Guar. Glorious goo. Guar. Come on, seeds. Alright, that covers it. And then lastly is the Garod Swamps. Oh, I'm not carrying any Grod? Well, that's fine because, well, totally bringing Grod in, right? Also, right, so just waiting on some TBP to come on down. Speaking of coming on down, hello, Grod. Don't have to go out of my way for anything. What? Oh, it eats Grod. That's the problem. Ahem. Yeah, always gotta pay attention to that. Don't you love just manually placing modules on each and every building because it's faster than letting robots do it? Okay. Bring in beltline. Bring out beltline. Wow, when you're so fast that you end up skipping frames. This is slow enough. How about on the output? Is the output slow enough? Yes. Okay. Kill the wastewater. Provide the chelators and provide the tailings, which for the chelators I'm gonna have to figure out. Ah, wonderful. I picked a glorious spot, didn't I? Yep. And then the tailings. Come on down. Come on down for the tailings. There we go. Teleportation would be convenient. It's just I'm fine without it. I'm just fine without it. It would make going back to the mall faster. if I just need to restock on something. But it's a little powerful just being able to literally teleport from place to place. Okay, do this, that. It's a lot of pipe of undergrounds, but whatever. Alright, you're moving. Good. So I will have the aluminium-enriched biomass as well. Next. Next. 4 of this. Making enriched ash. This needs a singular pressure pump. And just the 3 inputs. Okay. Ta-da! Output volume 2.09. That's fine. There we go. Everything is operating. We've got our first aluminium-enriched biomass. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. Following. Wonderful name. Tassadar, the High Templar. Thank you so much. Someone likes StarCraft, don't they? Alright. We got that done. Next, we gotta wash our ash. Wash it. Because our ash is dirty, we need to wash our ash. Never forget to wash your ash. This actually halves our ash. Really? Yeah, you're having it. And do I even have these? Yes, thank God. Leaching stations. This is our only input. Yes. Besides the sulfuric acid. Oh, sulfuric. One of the most important acids in the world. Come on down. One of the, like, actual most important acids in the world. Off you go. Let there be processed ash. Now, processing this into advanced substrate. I will note that this is the only use for advanced substrate. And this is the only use for processed ash. There's a new recipe for naphtha. Yes, there is. I would not suggest it. Yeah, of the turd upgrades under the very late game Biofactory upgrades is the naphtha. Yeah, you missed an H after the P. Late game naphtha allows you to take Arcod maggots to give you naphtha and condensed distillates. You have to spend pitch and natural gas and high distillates to do this. This upgrades an existing high distillate process to output a ton of naphtha rather than just naphtha with condensed distillates. This changes, upgrades a recipe that I'm already doing, by the way. I'm doing this recipe where I am taking high distillates and throwing it into a light oil refinery, which I'm sure makes Pyandon very happy. Folks actually using the light oil refinery. Making its primary output is condensed distillates. Still though, you do not need that much naphtha in a base. Just flat out. You just don't need that much naphtha. It's fine. Just, you don't need too much. By comparison to these other options, by comparison to the nanofibril recipe, it is not good enough. Ahem. Carbon black is an option for your rubber, but I have put no value behind the kerogen. You end up with more phytoplankton than what you put in, weirdly. It uses a lot of meat. The problem of this recipe for me is that it uses a lot of meat. It gives you outlet gas 4. God, I think this changed a fair bit. Anyway, it's okay, but nanofibrils for Zippo larva is supremely useful. And just, I have to take nanofibrils. Why? Because this recipe's existence means that you get to avoid having to go through the mutant enzymes process at Py3 to get to Py3. I would have to make mutant enzymes. I would have to make dingrit and propeptides and chimeric proteins and all of that stuff to get to chitosan to make nanofibrils before I could be allowed to make Py3. And that's not happening. I refuse. We still need to make our nanofibrils, though, just for reference. This takes 2 items in, and I should use these. Alright, bring on our TBP, which has arrived. The TBP hath arrived. Huzzah. Success. Ta-da-da. We will have advanced substrate. I need to pull in slaked lime. And yes, it is pronounced slaked lime. And bio oil. Which also has arrived. And then, last but not least, the bio ore itself. Oh boy, this has a solid in, yeah. This is just gonna be hell regardless. So this stuff uses Z3 reagent. Which I was like, what? Wow, alright, sure, that's great. Finally a required item in the progression that uses Z3 reagent. Because previously it was only ever used in advanced ore processing, specifically of lead. But now it has other use, which means phosphorus acid is required to beat the game as an ingredient in something other than phosphoric acid and phosphine. All right, and that, my friends, is that. I just need to figure out where in the living hell I'm going to put these inserters. Oh. Dang it, Hellmod. I wish you would have actually said something. So this makes 50, right? Up to? I didn't quite realize. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this makes up to 50. And... okay, yeah, it's fine. With Mark II buildings, it's fine, I think. So Hellmod is using 100% of this output to cycle it back when I don't need it to or want it to. What is the line to draw? This is the line to draw. We have bio ore. It exists right now. Hallelujah. Like the big part of this entire process. The most complex of the builds we are doing today, because it involved actually building the whole thing for all intents and purposes, is done. It's done. I didn't expect to like be at Py3 today. I thought I would be at Py3 tomorrow, or tomorrow, Thursday, stream. Bio ore. SD full cargo circuit condition. And by the way, I do already have all of the like depots defined, supply routes defined in here. It's all here. I've already done it. It's there, and all the requests are in on the Py3 stations. So I've already got my diamonds here. I've got my passivation layers. I've got the Perigen here. I've got great samples here. I've got moss. Yeah, it's still waiting on the mechanical parts. We need to make the acrylic. The bio ore will happen soon. The mech parts too we're waiting on. Negasium we're waiting on, and we have to make the nanofibrils. And I guess it's waiting on the Arcod Propolis for some reason. Why is that not? Why are you not in? Oh, you know, it would help if my... Oops. Alright, I have to fix that. Give me a sec, I gotta fix that. So I set my overflowing of empty barrels to the wrong direction on the splitter. I sent it to void everything rather than only void when full. Oopsies. Oopsies, I've voided all of my barrels. So let's fix that real quick, and then the next factory will be the nanofibril factory, which is only the 2 steps to make the Ziffo and produce the nanofibrils. I will need to get rid of the dried biomass, but this stuff has a fuel value, and I can void it quite easily because of that. And that leaves the acrylic. So we're at nanofibrils, acrylic, and PyScience 3. Those are the last 3 things that we need. Those are the last 3 factories. Can you believe it? We're down to the last 3. Oh boy. Yeah. Get out. Am I carrying 23 biofactories? I think so. I think I'm carrying 28. Okay, let's... Yeah, here's light oil refineries. Hello, light oil refineries. There they are. They exist. Yes, I am. I am overflow avoiding that. Except you need to go that way. Whoopsies. Here, have a few barrels. Let's get that going again. And as a reminder, the actual PyScience 3, even when I finish building it, its factory out is not going to move for a while. I will have to finish it off screen, like no matter what, because it's going to take multiple hours to get the Arthurians and the Krydron actually online to feed Py3. I'm gonna have to switch my techs, and I'll have to work directly towards getting into the advanced electronics. Is that seriously only 3 techs of prereqs? That's only 3 techs of prereqs. Okay. Sure thing. Sure thing. You bet your butt that on Thursday that I'm going to be having like multiple factories that'll be set up directly towards getting into circuit 3s. If I can. So there's certain things that I can set up before those techs happen, but there's other things that there's some things that I can only make once those techs happen, and there's other things that I can make before those techs happen. In particular, the process of getting into the Kaido-san, and the advanced coding, getting into advanced coding is something that I could do now. Getting into the what's it called, MSA, the cadaveric aurum stuff. Speaking of cadaveric aurum or cadaveric aurum, I think it makes more sense to call it cadaveric. Unselected. What do I want of these upgrades? I was sort of looking at it. There is an upgrade that directly gives you MSA, but the problem is that you don't actually use that much MSA in the save. I'll use more of it because I'm going to have a lot more circuits than I otherwise would in a standard playthrough. But that's interesting. What changes here? You add soil as soil. So you add soil as soil for option 1, and you get a certain percentage more stuff. Slower. It's slower, but you get more for what you put in. Or you get productivity of 14% with speed increase of 10%. So 14% productivity or 50% output increase on on the first option. On option 2, you get 30%. On option 3, that's a difference of 6. That's a third. That's a third more. This one, the difference. Difference is 9. 9 over 28. Yeah, about the third more. So option 1 gives you more stuff. You're adding like soil, which is free to do so. It complicates the thingies, and this option also makes it harder to build the factories to get the 14% with extra speed. I think this has the bigger infrastructure reduction, maybe overall, but you know, I think I'm gonna just take option 1 rather than MSA, because I need the step before that. I need more of the step before that, which is DMS. I need more DMS than I need MSA in the base. If this was DMS rather than MSA, I would pick this every freaking time. I would pick option 3 every time if this was DMS rather than MSA, but it's not, so I have to go with the option that gives me more Aurum for MSA. For more MSA, I'm going to pick option 1. I'm going to select that now. That'll be what my pick, my actual pick, going forward on Aurum. All right, nanofibrils. Why am I at the mall again? I'm trying to think. Why did I even go to the mall instead of just continue? What was I doing? What was I doing besides general restock? Do I need a building? I don't think I need a building. With nanofibrils, we only need to do these last 2 steps. That's it. That's all. Last 2 steps, and like the pressured water for it, etc. So, I think this was right over here. Let's go. Okay, yeah, so already making the sap, making the chloroethanol from that ethylene chlorohydrin factory that I did between streams, as well as from ethylene production. Making albumin out of blood, which I've already done before, and blood meal from blood and from fiberboard. Originally, I was going to bring blood meal in from the train network, but I realized, oh hey, I don't actually have a blood meal production factory dedicated to producing blood meal and putting it on my train network. I have fiberboard, and since I needed blood anyway for the albumin, may as well just make the blood meal here. The unfortunate part is that I will eventually unlock a different albumin recipe. At Py3. Under biotechnology, I'm going to be unlocking Arthurian eggs into albumin, and I think this one's better to use overall because you're getting 3 albumin versus 1, and it's faster. I think it's faster anyway. The other recipes are not important. I think this one is, but for the most part, the other recipes are not important here. Like, at all. I would not do them ever for any reason. But yeah, it's nice having something useful in these. How's the fuel? I'll top off. Alright. How we doing? We're not stopping until we've at least gotten to the Py3 factory. That's what we're doing today. So even though we're 25 minutes past, we did get $10 of support. So we're streaming an extra hour, at minimum, an extra hour. But I decided today, specifically, we're going to go all the way to Py3. Get that Py3 factory, and if it hasn't been an hour, we will continue beyond that. If it has been an extra hour, then that's where we will end, is when we get Py3. Ah, boy. So, nanofibrils. What am I going to do with the excess nanofibrils that I'm making? What do we need these for? There's that, which is nice. Unfortunately, there's really nothing else at this point in the game that they're needed for. We will need them, though. Oh, believe me, we will be needing them. For bio batteries. Oh yeah. Why did you make bio batteries even more difficult? I think the numbers are adjusted. I don't remember this providing 5 previously. I don't remember it providing 5. I could be wrong. I know that they've definitely added mechanical part 2s to the biofactory recipe. Because let's make it even more difficult. Bio batteries, by the way, are the biggest bottleneck in the entire game. I shouldn't say that it's specifically the bio batteries. It is specifically the alien bacteria for the bio batteries. That is the biggest bottleneck in the entire game. Yeah. This stuff. Is it? Really? Has this changed somehow? I could have sworn it was an issue with primers. Being able to make enough primers. I thought alien bacteria, did they change alien bacteria's recipe? Has this been changed? I just can't remember for the life of me. I remember that the last time I played Alien Life, there was a massive bottleneck revolving around primers, ultimately. Although, since then, there have been new methods of producing primers. And it was just the insane amount of stuff that you needed to make primers that I could have sworn was going into the chain for the bio batteries. I could have sworn it was going into the chain for the bio batteries. But no, it's not. It's not even a problem anymore. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. This is our first time making Ziffo anything, but in particular we're making Ziffo larva here. Very specifically making the larvae. go ahead and do that. I need 3 of these with water. Ta-da! That will be larva. One, two, three belts of input, which utterly blows, but oh well. With a belt of output. Alright, phytoplankton. I want to note very clearly that I do not have enough production of phytoplankton right now. I need more. I need a lot more. Like, I need to have force a lot of production of phytoplankton factories. I need to force it to happen. Several hundred factories for phytoplankton. Mark II factories. Just to have enough. Just to have enough to do the thing. For all of my things, I should say. Oh boy, so we've got these 2. And that, okay. Guess it doesn't really matter who's hooking up with what. Whoops. Alright, you. Albumin, sap, blood meal, fish eggs, and filtration media. Okay, do that over here. Along the things. Power. To the everything. Head on down. I need this arrangement. Over yonder. Ta-da! We're done! Ziffo larva, welcome. Now to build 23 of this thing. Because for whatever reason, this recipe is just supremely slow. So I don't really want to do a stupidly long line. I'll have 2 rows of this. Okay. Hot air, the hottest of hot. Water. Chloroethanol. I just picked the most wonderful of spacings. Come on down, chloroethanol. Alright, that's all the fluids. How do I want to do this in a meaningful way? I suppose this is how I'm going to do it. Oh. Alright, larvae. I didn't really intend on using yellows. Alright, wish me luck on powering all this. I wish there was an easy way to 180 the inserters. I never remember. Oh, I didn't have enough? Oh well. It fundamentally does not matter. Not at this moment in time, anyway. Connect those and void. Give water. Give hot air. Give chloroethanol. And then give power. Beautiful. It's moving. Okay, down here. We produce dried biomass. Yes, dried biomass. This dried biomass needs to die. All we need to kill it is a boiler. One singular boiler. Venting steam. And biomass does not produce ash. Dried biomass does not produce ash. When burned. Let's get this on a train. And that leaves acrylic. There we go. Acrylic. Pin. We are doing the last 3 steps for the acrylic, from lignin and beyond. Acrylic, I will note, has options for it. If I can find the acrylic factory down here. So acrylic has options on how you build acrylonitrile. The methyl acrylate is what it is, but the acrylonitrile has 2 options. you can either, or it has 3 options, excuse me, to make acrylonitrile. So you can either spend moly, iron, propene, ammonia, and oxygen to get an acrylonitrile with a unit with cyanic. You can actually convert ammonia to cyanic, but it's like so dumb to do it that way. All this produces cyanic as a byproduct, but no. Or you can spend acrolein, which we saw and made before, or you can spend lignin. 10 lignin, but lignin nonetheless. I would rather spend the lignin on this because it's freer. It's freer to do it that way, and so I am doing it that way. It does not involve spending as much metal overall to do lignin. So I've done lignin. That's this setup. It's lignin plus oxygen for the... Oh, look, it's biofactories that I don't have. Alright, I guess I should force produce some biofactories, huh? What voids cyanic? I need 7 of these factories, not 6. Cyanic void. Sinkhole. Okay, inputs. I'm going to need 3 items. What's the throughput like? So the bottom item needs to be this guy. Top item is this. I can double up if necessary. This is moly plus iron. Give power. Give oxygen. Oxiest of oxygen, gib ammonia. To the thing, and then 4 of this. Oh god, I hate this arrangement. Yeah, so this, beautiful, right? Beautiful. So epic and glorious. Sulfuric acid in methanol. In and chloroethanol. Not chloroethanol. Ethylene chlorohydride, or hydrin, excuse me. Ethylene chlorohydrin in. Just add something and then remove something. 0.8 each. Gib power. Gib nickel. Okay. 5 of this. Don't you just love working with agitators? Don't you just love working with agitators? I love working with agitators. Bigger agitators. Because that's what this is. This is just agitator land. Like, thank you so much for the... I have not put... Oh god, I put ammonia there. Great. Great job, me. Ammonia. Where's the, acetone? Acetone! Okay, that's all the fluids. What is the throughput on these items? I can use yellows. Yellow! Yellow, yellow. Power. And autosave is autosaving. Out. Out. Out, out. Blah. Blah. Out, out. Out. And that will be acrylic when I have those biofactories placed. That's all I really need to do is just physically place down some biofactories. Otherwise, it would be moving. All right, let's go ahead and put that down. Acrylic. Go. And be free. To the mall. I need a few biofactories to get built. You there. I need you. You are lacking circuit 2s. Of course, everything is lacking circuit 2s. Everything is lacking circuit 2s. I have to find and poach circuit 2s from other stuff. Because I need to build 10. I need 10 of the freaking things. Hello, Dolly. Hello, my baby. You're repositioning? You're changing direction again? Yes, my sweet. Yes, my baby. Gotta get those pets for the dolly. Yeah, sleepy baby. She's a sleepy baby. Okay. That's it, by the way. We are ready for Py3. And, that's it. That's the factory. That everything else is just belts to this building. We hath made it. We still have at least 10 minutes left, so don't you worry. We'll figure it out. It'll be a little bit of time to build these biofactories to get 10 of them going. So, I hope you've enjoyed the extended stream so far, as we get to Py3, at least the infrastructure for Py3 today. And then we can start working towards Circuit 3s next time. We will not have Circuit 3s next time, just to be completely clear about that. We will not get Circuit 3s on Thursday. That is... I would be working through the night, shall we say, to try to make that happen in this amount of time. No, we will get that next Tuesday. We will have Circuit 3s most likely next Tuesday. And once that happens, then we can step back. Then we can step back, slow down a little bit, and start rebuilding the entire base, basically. That's about where I'm at now, is it will be about that time to rebuild the whole thing. Starting, of course, with circuits and redoing circuits. So you just all wanted to recharge right then and there, huh? You know, you have a stack inserter. Like, you legit have a stack inserter. Alright, we're gonna go and we're gonna find this. This is more important, because this is the difference between not having a thing and having a thing. Of course, I have to physically go there to place these modules, which is unfortunate. But, hey. Is fine. I don't have stack inserters. Enough stack inserters. Because this is also Circuit 2 blocked. Yeah. Give all the things to me. Whoops. Whoopsies. Glass. Glass? Oh, glass. Glass. Looking for the shiny, 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 shinies. Glass! That's stacks of glass. I was thinking, you know, actual glass. It looks like I don't have any. Unless I'm... Ah, right, I'm blind. I am so blind. Ah, duralumin. Dura. Nope, none on me. Duralumin? Anywhere? Build things and stuffs. Self-assembly mono-layer material. Go. More duralumin. Go. Be free. Advanced. The most advanced of the small parts. That's another bottleneck. Yet another bottleneck. Advanced small parts. If it's not one thing, it's another. Alright, what do I got? How many? How many? I has 6. 6. I think we're like 1 short at this point. Then up, 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 and away. Where's the... Really, where's the thing? There you are. Doink. Doink. 1 more. 1. Go. Ta-da! That is that. Okay. Cool. We are now going to Py3, the factory, where we will place 1 Mark II Research Center. I should have these requested. I do. And I have 45 of them. So, not worried about that. And this should take at least 3 minutes, so we will be done. As my internet dies! Woohoo! Yay! The internet is about to die. We're at half the bit rate that we're supposed to be. Less than half the bit rate that we're supposed to be. Come on, internet, you can do it! You can do it, internet! You can do it, internet! Come on, internet, you can do it. It's slightly recovered. Slightly? It's at 4,000 kilobits when it should be at 6. In the 4,000 range, so it's slowly recovering. Anyway, we're on our way back. We're going to the Py3 factory. We're gonna run some belt, and that'll be it for the day. Hey, 6K, we're back. We're back to the normal bit rate. Just had a hiccup on the upload rate for the internet. Okay. Itch. Scritch. Scritching. Belly scritching. Yeah, you're scritching. You're scritching your collar. She's had the collar for a while. I have to check how ragged it's become. We might need to get the baby's new collars soon. They've had these for 2 years. A little more than 2 years, I think, on these particular collars. Because Ollie as a kitten, like, basically destroyed his kitten collar. He had a black one with like white moons and stars on it, and she had an old purple one that was older and was already a little bit ragged, so we just replaced both of them at the same time with newer ones. I say newer, we bought one new one which is the one that she is currently wearing, a pink one with pineapples and a little like pineapple dangle charm on it. And the one Ollie got was a red version of his previous collar, but it's an adult collar, adult cat collar. One that was meant for our previous cat, but we never ended up having him wear that one, so it's effectively a new collar, just red, and I think the red works for him. The red works for Ollie. It's nice and vibrant. You can see it very easily. So I'm probably just gonna share all these belts. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shared input belts. Yeah, that's a few. That's a few shared input belts. The acrylic should move. It's just not had enough time to accrue enough yet. Remember that Negasium, we're locked by Negasium at the moment, so it will not be operating. This science will not run until that is resolved. The other stuff, the mech parts, 2, that's just a time thing. That's a result of me not actually defining mechanical part 2s. Okay. I thought I defined these. I guess not. Okay, so I've defined them, and they are also still not on the way. And the reason for that is because I am not only bottlenecked by circuits, I am also bottlenecked by advanced small parts. That is not the correct mechanical parts. Yeah, so what are we missing here? We are missing this, which is the control panel 2s. The control panel 2s are currently lacking the ability to make control panels, which... Oh, dang. I did not realize I have done this thing. Alright, well that's a thing that I will fix between streams. I will do that between streams. I did not realize that I had stacked batteries. Yeah, so we got $10 of support, so I'm streaming the extra hour, and I decided, I made it clear that because we're so close to Pi Science 3 today, that I would go until I finished the Pi Science 3 factory, which I am just about to do. So we are very much at the end of the stream for the day today. It's not going to move quite yet because of needing to wait on Arthurian and Cryodren afterwards, positive feedback loops to get enough modules for those builds. But yeah, we are essentially done. It looks like I've also messed up here by not unstacking moss. Oh well. So, yeah, we are, with this, at PyScience 3, for all intents and purposes. My mission, of course, going forward is to get the Arthurians, to get the Krydron, and to fix that issue at Control Panel 2s so I can actually get the mechanical part 2s for this online, going, moving. And once that happens, PyScience 3 will move, and I could start taking some PyScience 3 technologies. Among all of this, I also have to update the game to the most recent versions, which is probably not going to happen immediately until they fix the issue with Bob's modules, where the game is literally crashing if you have Bob's modules installed, because of the brand new beacons that they've just added into the game. SD, full cargo, Circuit Edition, go. We are now finished. We're finished. We are finished. That is that. I'm ending the stream. I would like to thank you all for watching. This has been Otaku Show, but if you've enjoyed today's stream, please be sure to do all of the social and engagement stuff down below the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you've not yet subscribed, and hit the notification bell. Consider becoming a member of the channel by hitting the great big blue join button and supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/Otaku Show. But if you are so inclined and able, I will be back with more on Thursday. I hope to see you all then.